Okay, we are now going to open our agenda for March 19th of the Architectural Board of Review. If we could start with the roll call.
Thank you. Chair Moore,
Here.
Vice Chair Six,
Here.
Board Member Black, Board Member Olson,
Here.
Board Member Whelan,
Here.
and Board Member Cunningham and Watkins are absent.
Okay. We will now open for public comment. If anybody would like to address the board about anything that's not on the agenda today, step forward. Seeing no one. I don't believe we received any general public comment via email, so we will close public comment. Move on to approval of the minutes for February 24th.
I make a motion for approval.
Second.
Okay, any discussion?
Yes. Mr. Chair, this on page 3 of 5, just to clarify, under item 1, motion 4, bring a photograph. Just to clarify, under item 1, motion 4, bring a photograph from the roof looking west if there are neighbors that can see the proposed roof equipment. So insert proposed and equipment. Yeah.
Okay. Is that okay with the seconder of the motion?
Second.
Yes?
As approved.
Okay. Anything else? Okay, let's take our vote. We have a first and second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. And the consent minutes for the second.
The Architectural Board of Review consent agenda for March 2nd. Item A, 430 East Anapamu Street was given project design and final approval. Oh, it was, yes, with conditions. Item B, 3714 State Street was given approval of its review after final with comment. Item C, 733 East Anapamu Street was given project design and final approval as submitted. And item D, 11 Anacapa Street was given final approval with conditions.
Okay.
We accept as presented.
Okay.
Second.
Any discussion? No? Okay, we got a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. And March 9th, consent minutes.
For the Architectural Board of Review consent agenda from March 9th, item A, 100 Clyde Adams Road, was continued indefinitely to Planning Commission with comments. Item B, 733 West Mission Street was given project design and final approval as submitted. Item C, 211 West Gutierrez was given project design and final approval with condition. And item D, 320 South Salinas Street was given project design and final approval as submitted. And finally, item E, 630 West Arriaga Street was given project design and final approval with condition.
We accept as presented.
Okay, any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Okay. And now move on to any announcements, appeals, etc.
Staff has 2 announcements today. Board Member Cunningham will be absent from today's meeting. Board Member Watkins will be joining us after item 1.
Okay. I saw Mr. Six is on the hook for the appeal.
On the hook.
The opportunity.
Thank you.
Participate
Okay, and that is
tomorrow.
tomorrow
Yes, we
night.
do have an appeal of 601 Alameda Padre Serra. Thank you, Chair, for reminding me. Board Member 6 has so graciously offered to represent the majority opinion at the appeal tomorrow at City Council.
Okay. Any other announcements? No? Okay. Subcommittee reports. I don't think anyone's met lately. So, all right. So that would bring us to item number 1, which is 533 East Micheltrena.
Good afternoon. First, can you use this one? 'Cause I got the pages marked. Same thing.
I know, but we're good. Okay, great.
It's easier with the-
All right, so this is a continued item, concept review for 533 East Micheltorena Street. And this is a proposal for new condominium development using the AUD program. Project consists of constructing a new 7-unit, 4-story condominium in the location of an existing surface-level parking lot adjacent to an existing 3-story mixed-use structure containing 2 residential units. The unit mix would include 6 2-bedroom units and 1 1-bedroom unit ranging in size from 799 to 1,737 square feet with an average unit size of 1,145 square feet. The proposed density on this 21,258 square foot lot is 18 dwelling units per acre on a parcel with a general land use designation of medium high density, which allows 15 to 27 dwelling units per acre. Also proposed are 34 commercial parking spaces and 12 residential parking spaces. Project requires a waiver from the ABR for alternative parking lot landscape design and a minor zoning exception for trash enclosure in the front setback. No final appealable decision will be made at this hearing. This project requires compliance with the project compatibility analysis, the urban design guidelines, infill design guidelines, outdoor lighting design guidelines. It was last here May 20th of last year. Welcome back. If you could make sure all the microphones are on.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
before the applicant proceeds, staff does have comments to add.
Okay, great.
So my name is Megan Arsenac. I'm the project planner assigned to the AUD project before you. It is different than most of the AUD projects you've seen lately in that it is a condo project, so not just rentals, that requires a map approval by the Planning Commission. The applicant hasn't yet submitted their application, their DART application for that process. So this is still in the conceptual stage. They have done, you have seen it once before for a concept review, and they've done a preliminary review team or a PRT application with staff last year. We identified a number of zoning issues at that time that haven't yet been addressed. And like I said, they haven't submitted their formal application. The process would be for them to submit that formal application, then staff does a thorough review, not only for zoning issues, but policy consistency, supportability, environmental review, et cetera. So what you're seeing today has not had a formal review. We did do a cursory review prior to putting it on the agenda just to identify any potential modifications that would apply. And staff did find a number of zoning issues in our cursory plan check. The project currently doesn't meet interior setbacks, front setbacks, open yard requirements. The trash enclosure is in setback and require an MZE. It doesn't meet parking lot design standards, and the height would need to be reviewed. Additionally, it doesn't meet the pedestrian master plan requirements. So there's a number of the issues that we'd be working through with the applicant during the formal application process. Because it currently doesn't meet those zoning requirements, staff identified the modifications that would be necessary for the applicant to procure if they were to continue with the current design. We addressed that just so that your board is aware that the project doesn't meet zoning as currently designed, so that your comments as you go through compatibility criteria or otherwise, you're aware of those items, and just knowing that this is this review is in advance of a completeness review or zoning plan check.
Okay.
And then any questions about process, I'm happy to answer. Just again, hitting that this does require planning commission approval in addition to your board. And so that means the planning commission would be making the land use decisions in terms of permit approval, land use, parking, all those items.
Okay. So just a bullet point list again of the possible issues, modifications would be helpful.
Yep. So the open yard requirements, so AUD projects or average unit density projects have open yard requirements. They can either be provided as private outdoor living space or common open area yard. They don't meet the standards for any of the prescribed ways to achieve their open yard. So at this point, they would need a modification. Front setback There's encroachments into the front setback along South Sepulveda Street. Additionally, they don't meet the pedestrian master plan, which calls for sidewalk dedication along South Sepulveda. This previously was an alley and is now public street, so actually needs sidewalk dedication. That would alter where that front setback line is measured from, so it's possible the project design may not meet it even more so than it does today once we work that out. In addition, there's an interior setback encroachment along the neighboring property line, a minor encroachment. And then the trash enclosure there's an existing trash enclosure along South Sepulveda Street that serves existing commercial development. It appears that it would be relocated in a nearby location, but that would require a minor zoning exception from your board. And then the other is the alternative parking lot design standards. So there's design standards for parking lot landscaping around the perimeters. Those are prescribed in our ordinance as well. It doesn't appear to meet those. To address that, it would require a waiver of those standards by your board. The two actions, just to clarify, by your board would be the minor zoning exception for the trash enclosure and the alternative parking lot design standards. All the other modifications would be in the purview of the Planning Commission, not your board.
Okay.
Sorry, just to add that, not in the purview of your board, but your comments on supportability of those mods would be considered by the Planning Commission.
Okay, great. If you could introduce yourselves.
Will do. Mark Shields with Design Arc.
Melissa Turner from Design Arc.
Kim True, True Nature Landscape Architecture.
Okay, welcome back. I'll just read the motion from the previous review, just to give everyone a sense of where we were. So it was continued with comments. Applicant shall return with three-dimensional views of the project, preferably in the form of a model that can be reviewed on screen. Provide bird's eye aerial photos of the surrounding neighborhood and provide additional photos of the buildings immediately adjacent to the project. The proposed Spanish Revival style is appropriate for the location. Describe the pedestrian path of travel from the right-of-way to the front door on South Sepulveda Street. The board suggests that a crosswalk is provided to the east side of South Sepulveda Street or other feasible solution would be acceptable. Applicant to provide a conceptual landscape design paying particular attention to privacy concerns with the neighboring properties. And it was a 4-0 vote. Okay. If you could walk us through any changes.
No, you can just flip to the site plan. Sounds like we still have a lot of work to do, but we have been really busy in the last year or so trying to figure out how to improve the project. Down on the lower existing parking lot, just to reorient everyone, this is North South Sepulveda Street and East Mitchell-Torina Street. This is the existing building with commercial suites on the first and second floor and residential on the penthouse levels. The existing lower parking lot currently serves for the majority the commercial suite tenants and or guests. In this case, some of them are patients visiting the medical office. And then we have 4 tuck-under parking spaces that is allocated to the existing condominiums, residential condominiums on the penthouse level. In our revisions from the last time we were here, we've decided to go ahead and forego the triple stack parking that was tucked under the new building. This is the footprint of the new building. And in effort to address some of the PRT staff comments from Public Works and Transportation, we've also eliminated 3 parking spaces that we had otherwise tucked under the building in order to accommodate some accessibility concerns that they raised. We've also located the trash room for the commercial building in this level as well. And then we've relocated our transformer down below. In doing so, we've lost 3 parking spaces along this edge of the parking lot. The overall parking on this lower lot was then reduced. We did increase our accessibility parking from the existing configuration. Staff requested that we've add a van accessible ADA stall, and then indicate an accessible path that went all the way to the elevator. In the previous scheme, this elevator did not go all the way to the lower lot. That's an addition that we had to accommodate, such that the additional commercial tenants could have access to the parking in this building as well. So that's how we were able to do that. As far as the landscape design on this parking, as you can see, we don't have a ton of area to accommodate it. Where we could, we did. These are all tucked under the building. These are the only remaining commercial spaces on grade adjacent to the building, and that's the last bit of landscape, some existing, some that we can improve on, and I'll let Kim talk about that later. Other site configurations, one of the comments from this board was to study how we can provide access to the lobby of the new building. And currently, we don't have any sidewalk on north-south Sepuedes on the westerly portion of the street. There was one on the easterly portion near Bella Riviera project. Our concession, or the closest we can get it, was to provide a 4-foot sidewalk in lieu of the 5-foot that the PMP requires, and a 2-foot parkway for the majority of frontage along this building. Then we hit our HVAC enclosure and wall in this zone, where we had to provide more sidewalk. So we've tried our best to provide a sidewalk, and meeting with Public Works, they'd be willing to forego the 5-foot to 4-foot, and that would be acceptable to them. Transportation would have to obviously sign off. But that's the best we could do while maintaining some landscaping buffer along the existing building, and Kim can talk about those species as well. So we do have a sidewalk connecting from Mitchell to Rena that's brand new, that goes all the way up across this this driveway throat, and then eventually into the building lobby. So those are the revisions we were able to accommodate and provide on grade on the lower lot. Today, Mark will talk a little bit more about the architectural changes to the existing building, but the biggest move, and why we're here today and the project was renoticed, we did pull the building out of the setback. We were encroaching slightly similar to the properties to the north and north of us with the existing development standards. But in doing so, we did lose one unit, and Mark can address those as we move along.
I think, thanks, Melissa. I also wanted to point out that the building, this being Mitchell Terena Street, the existing building, and the building that's on the top of South Sepueda Street, which is our neighbor, were both zoned underneath the old ordinances. This new building has more restrictive setbacks. So it's further back than the two existing buildings. So we have pushed it back, allowed for the sidewalk along South Sepuedes, which, by the way, if you've ever been down that street, is very steep. And so I think a 4-foot sidewalk kind of makes sense instead of a grand sidewalk. I doubt if anybody's going to be walking up there very often. I want to run you through the plans quickly. That was a site plan. This is the first floor, so we looked at the parking below. As you come up Gutierrez, there's another parking throat. Come into another level of parking where we have lifts. And also our main elevator lobby is off this entry. We have storage for bikes, etc., mechanical equipment, the elevator, and trash. There's a second exit that goes down to the parking level below. There are a total of 7 units. As Melissa mentioned, we had to kind of downsize the whole building, primarily because we lost some square footage along the street. So we lost about 1,000 square feet overall, and we're down from 8 units to 7 units just to make it all fit. As you come up the elevator, there's a combined community space here, which is it serves for our required living space, and we have the entrances down an open air hallway, kind of like the California Hotel. It's all open air. And these units are 2-story units around the periphery. And then in the center, sandwiched, we have 2 3-story units with elevators. These units have kitchens on the top floor, a living area on the top floor, and will have views over the existing office building towards the ocean. Again, these are the second floor units, so we have bedrooms up, and each unit has a nice balcony, both north and south. You can see the elevators continuing up. We only have 2 elevators, 2 residential elevators for these 3-story units. 2 floors of bedrooms, and then the 3-story units go up the tallest. There's this kind of an inverse plan where we have a living area up on the top floor with really nice southern balconies. They'll have a view of the ocean and a shared outdoor fireplace. In terms of, I want to show you the site section. This gives you an idea. It's a section looking up South Sepulveda Street and looking west. On the other side of the street to the east is Bella Riviera, which was the St. Francis housing project, which has turned out really beautiful. Brian Cornell designed that. This is the existing office building towards Mitchell Terrena Street. It's an 18% road, which is South Sepulveda, going up to Arriaga, I think. And the existing elevations, the lower parking throat, the upper parking throat, and then our proposed easterly elevation. One of the mods we're asking for is more of an architectural mod. We're not increasing the square footage with this idea, but this architectural element, which is really 1.5 stories, does project into the setback, I think, 30 inches. So we think it's a nice element, kind of helps modulate the facade on the eastern side. And so that's one of our key asks from you guys. This again was the easterly elevation, which you just saw in section. And if we go to the lower parking level, which Melissa explained, you can see the our new proposed tuck under parking, the balconies on the first floor, the community space here, and as we go up, eventually the upper units, which are way behind the ridge of the more southerly facing units. All the units have these nice outdoor balconies, and the 3rd-story penthouses have super nice terraces that look out towards the ocean. A lot of our community spaces are open air, as well as the hallway and circulation. Overall, very Mediterranean in style. The owners expressed an interest. They really liked the Californian, which we did, and so as we progress further, we'll be doing more of that exterior detailing. The northerly elevation, which actually faces a vacant lot just to the north of the project, and the vacant lot's maybe 35 feet wide, I'd say. There's existing landscape. These units face north, so we don't really have trellises protecting them from the sun, but they all have nice outdoor spaces that face the nice open space to the north. The westerly elevation, which looks towards really the west side of town, we have 2 openings here, which go to the upper level parking area. A false arch, which will be plaster screed, a nice plaster screed design. Stairway, which is enclosed here, that goes down to the bottom parking level. And then the project really kind of stacks and layers back towards the 3rd floor, which is a good 30 feet from the property line or so. We're also asking for a modification for this, just this upper portion of this element here, because we're into the setback just a teeny bit.
What's that dimension that you're in?
How far? I think it's 30 inches. You also asked for some model views, just to show the site context. And so we created these. And I think in general, if you study the overall massing of the project, it fits in nicely with the surrounding mass, bulk, and scale of the existing architectural topography in the area.
Can you point out the areas where you're...
This is our project here.
Particular.
And this is Bella Riviera, just to the east. And Celso Puedes Street would be coming up behind. You can't really see it, but here's Mitchell Terrena. Celso Puedes goes up and I think believes intersects Arriaga up here. This view is a little more from the southeast, Mitchell Terrena, and then Celso Puedes going up. Our building here. I think this is a dental office building above us. And this is that vacant lot I spoke about that's in between the two buildings. Provides kind of a nice relief. And this view is looking from the
You're looking from the north.
from the north, really looking down at it with the city beyond. Bella Riviera is in the foreground. And this is Arriaga Street.
Can you identify the areas where you're into the setback for us on that model? Model views.
See, the model view is pretty hard to see, but it's just a little bit right here. And on the southern side or the western side, it would be this little guy right here.
And again, on the site plan where that occurs.
So here's, So here's the existing, this is setback here. So we're asking for about 30 inches. It's just for that one and a half stories,
It doesn't show up on the site. It's on the second and third floor only, on the east and west side.
as well as on this side. So it's a similar architectural projection that we feel enhances the elevation, kind of provides more variety, and so we're asking for that small modification.
So it doesn't come to grade?
It does. This aligns with this. So it goes all the way down to grade.
So it does show up.
Yeah. Goes up about a story and a half.
Okay. Back.
In the back, it's above this level. So if you go to the second story, it's just here. So this portion is all within the setback and the requirements. This portion is just, it's in the second story setback, which is required to be here. We're asking for about a 30-inch modification for that upper portion of that 1.5 story architectural mass.
I'd like to add also that they do not contribute any floor area. The areas that are highlighted are actually shelf areas that are above or behind the, most often behind the sofa, or a ledge above the toilet in the upper floor. That's a mechanical storage area in the balconies, most likely for the water heaters.
Mr. Chair,
Mm-hmm.
if I may interject, staff's interpretation of the setback is different than the applicant. If you would like me to identify it, we can.
Pointer, borrow one of those. There we go.
So the way the zoning ordinance reads is that it has a tiered setback. So the first and second floor setbacks is only 10 feet, and then the third and upper stories would be a 20-foot setback. So they actually comply with both the first and second floor. That's not the concern on this level. So this meets it. This portion meets it. We're not so concerned with that. And they are right that the only projection then leaves you on the third floor is this projection, which is pretty minor. It's a bathroom area. It's similar.
15 inches or so.
It's similar on the third, on the other property line. Because it's two different setbacks, this is a front and this is an interior, it would be two setback modifications. The other problem that staff preliminary identified is that they don't meet the pedestrian master plan, although they have made efforts to try and come closer to it. It's not a setback. The pedestrian master plan doesn't have standards that can be modified. So there really isn't room, at least preliminary what transportation's told us, to reduce those requirements. What that does is it potentially could require dedication along this side or an easement, and then that changes the point of which the setback is measured. So instead of being measured from here to 20 feet back. It may be measured from here to 20 feet back, which would then create more of the building within the setback.
So just to clarify, you're saying 20 feet, but this is a second. Where does that 20 feet setback
Want to go to
happen?
the site plan?
Is it 20?
Site plan
Mr.
might
Chair
help
and board
there.
members, the way the municipal code reads is that the first and second stories have a 10-foot front setback, and every story above the second, so 3 plus, has a 20-foot setback.
Is it 10?
So to clarify, if this is the third floor, this should be a 20-foot setback?
Correct.
That is correct. And also
So-
for the interior setback, the first 2 stories have a 6-foot interior setback, which is that rear portion of the building, and portions of the structure above the second story have a 10-foot setback.
Okay.
So this is correct for 10 feet here. This would be 20 feet.
Okay.
So
So
in
that's a pretty drastic difference.
And that's why we stated that we haven't done the thorough plan check or worked this item through with the applicant entirely. That's kind of the process we go through with the formal application.
Right. Okay, why don't we continue on with the presentation, and we'll get back to questions.
I think we should, the only thing you haven't seen from our end, I think, are some of these close-up model views. This is, sorry. Put that for the camera. This is on Mitchell Chirena Street, looking up South Sepulveda Street, and here's our project. This guy is looking down South Sepulveda Street. This is the dental office, I believe, in the foreground. Our project beyond. This view is
On Mitchell Torino.
Mitchell Chirena facing north. And this, let's see, where am I? That view is on the other side of the project. On the westerly side, there's an existing parking area
From Olive Street.
from Olive Street.
Okay.
Kim, would you like to step in and? Trade you.
I have another one. Thank you, David. Thank you. This first sheet is our demolition and preservation plan, and the majority of the vegetation that's proposed for removal is to accommodate the new building. So the retaining wall, trash enclosure, stairs, all that existing infrastructure comes out along with the existing landscape. However, there's some nice palms here, that the Chinese fan palms that we're going to relocate to the building. Over on this side, with the dedication of the new sidewalk coming in, the new sidewalk coming in here and the ramp, we're having to remove 2 of these palm trees that are existing, and again, we're going to relocate them around the building since they're mature. But we're trying to keep a number of the tall, interesting plants that are on site. There's a number of trees that have been pruned into interesting geometric shapes, and so we're going to relieve them of their pain and are proposing to remove those and try to go for a more naturalistic landscape design, retaining the trees along the front and reworking, we'll be reworking some of these walls. So we're trying to retain as much of the landscaping to keep that privacy as we can. And this is the color plan. So this is the proposed plan where we're going to be relocating these palms that were out here for the new sidewalk and the retaining wall configuration. We'll just bring those in, pull another one to the side here. There's some existing palms already on the building and a large Metrosideros there. So we're going to just use this to continue softening the side of the building, the existing building. Coming in and sort of editing out some of the geometric plants and starting to bring in more of the succulents and trying to bring in the Mediterranean Santa Barbara style with more of our agaves and succulents. And looking at this sort of bamboo hodgepodge courtyard area and trying to unify that with more of the drought-tolerant succulents and bringing this area sort of some more light and variegation in the foliage to make it a little more exciting. Again, bringing some of our larger plants along the street. At this time, I don't have any street trees proposed here due to the 2-foot width of the sidewalk. So that's one thing that we would probably have to resolve is, I would think palms is about all we could get away with in a 2-foot sidewalk here. Again, with the reconfiguration of the parking lot, we're retaining the existing palms that are in the planter here, and then bringing in more of the succulents, the aloes, agaves, and some of our flowering ground cover along the bottom. With the new building, we're really trying to bring in some interesting architectural plants, some of the tree aloes, and again, some of the palms against the building to display the form, and carrying over the same kind of variegated agaves into here to brighten up that landscape, and some of our shade-tolerant succulents around the back through here, and then just keeping this back area rather simple. Probably the blue jade plant, just keeping it simple, bulletproof, things that are happy in the shade, and then bringing in some nice tall trees along the back side to strengthen, or soften the building. And then again, keeping the palms on the side here and bringing in the tree aloe on this backside to really against that the Mediterranean white wall building, so we have that nice architectural form of that tree displayed up against that building. There's a number of large trees already on this adjacent property, so that's part of the reason why we don't have a lot of trees or other large plants proposed here, because these are very healthy, but it would be easy to come back in and add something in the future if these trees went away. And then again, we're retaining this here. That parking lot sort of comes in right through here. So these palms here would be visible just to the corner of the building here from that drive aisle. So really just trying to introduce a lot of color in the foliage with the use of the different succulents and play off the Mediterranean style. And then up on our third floor, for the community open space, we have succulents in pots. And so some of the playing with the red that you'd usually see from a pelargonium, we're bringing in a kalanchoe to do that, so we get the bright red flowers, a little more drought tolerant up there, some interesting forms, again, the architectural texture, and just some seating areas for the residents to use so they can enjoy that space out there and look over town. And that's about it. Oh, these would be the little kalanchoe. So it's a green plant that gets red flowers most of the year. So you'd have that sort of draping out of these pots that are engaged into the stairwell, into the ironwork.
Okay. Is there anything else you'd like
I
to
think
add?
that concludes our presentation. Thank
Okay.
you.
So with that, we will now open public comment. And I imagine we have a few slips.
There.
If there's anyone else in the audience that would like to address the board regarding this project, you can fill out one of these pink slips, which are on that clipboard over there, and turn them in over here. And let's start off with Maria Clark. So if you could just come up to this podium here, and everyone will have 2 minutes to speak, and there's a timer on the wall there now.
Hello? Hello?
There you go. Yep.
Hi, my name is Maria Clark. I live at the Bella Riviera, which is on the corner. And I have to point out that this project is a 4-story condominium project. There are no 4-story projects in the vicinity of this area. It's problematic because the size, bulk, and scale is really out of scale for that section of Salsopuedes Street, which, as staff pointed out, Salsopuedes Street used to be an alleyway, and it's already very problematic right now with Bella Riviera. There's 115 units. That is the only ingress, egress to those condominiums. Every single person has to come down Salsopuedes Street, and I'll tell you, when it's crowded and there's cars going in both directions, it's very tight. And I'm glad to see that they're trying to put in a sidewalk, because right now it's very dangerous for pedestrians. Not everybody's going to cross over and use the sidewalk that's on the Bella Riviera side. Many people use that sidewalk, and the way the plantings are right now, the building in the front, if the new building is, it looks very similar to the setback, and it's very close to the street. Even with the little tiny sidewalk, with that new garage entry there, it seems like it would cause a lot of problems with cars coming in and out. It's already problematic on Bella Riviera with the buildings not very close to the sidewalk. They're set back. When cars come in and out, it's hard to see up and down the street for the sidewalk with pedestrians coming down. It just feels like there should be a bigger setback there. I also have an issue with Marburg and the trash pickup. Is Marburg going to be able to get into that garage space there, or are they going to be parking on the street to do pickup every time trash comes? I think everybody here on the board should come to and view that site and see how the Bella Riviera project, there's a lot of setbacks. It's very airy for a very dense project. When you look at this project, all of a sudden you've got a big bulky building on both corners of Salsopuedes Street, the building that's owned by this owner, and then the one on the corner above it. And if you're going to stick this other building right there, you've got this massive concrete wall of straight buildings. Please come check it out, because if you'll get an appreciation for how tight Salsopuedes Street is, and it seems very irresponsible to add more density to that street.
Okay, thank you. Next we have Mr. Rohde. Followed by Pat Saley.
Sorry, notes. So thank you. My name is Jeff Rohde. I'm part owner of the adjacent space at 536 East Arriaga. In 2018, our local small business, a dental practice, invested in that, and it was an opportunity for us to create a different experience for patients, to be able to look out to the ocean and not necessarily a brick wall right in front of it. And not a day goes by that I don't hear from our patients that the view from their room provided an impact on their visit. And we're trying to change what it means to go to the dentist by diversifying ourselves that way. And if this new development happens, our patients will trade a view of the ocean for a view of some person's balcony, right? Further, it represents a violation of their privacy. Which person in here would want someone peeping into the room during a teeth cleaning or a dental procedure, right? It would have a direct impact on the health of our business. Considering the actual building itself, the plan is already out of context, as she mentioned, with the rest of the neighborhood, with no other 4-story buildings. And considering how dense it is, it seems unnecessary to crowd it even further by modifying those setbacks. Those exist, and again, to help protect the value of surrounding properties. Salsopuedes is little more than an alley, and it would greatly impact traffic in a negative way. Regardless of the number of parking spaces, we all know there is always a greater impact of cars from increasing the number of inhabitants. In fact, things are already so bad. We've had a couple patients inform us they would be finding another office because the parking was so bad in and around the area. When we made an offer on the building, the property value we paid for was specifically influenced by this view of downtown and the ocean. Dropping a huge blockade in front of that would specifically reduce the value of our investment by hundreds of thousands of dollars. Obviously, this is why balconies are being designed into the new space. So while I trust that Santa Barbara as a city wants to solve our housing issue, my hope is to find balance, one that doesn't diminish the value of the neighborhood or other investments. Maybe we can make decisions together that don't exacerbate the existing problems of crowding and traffic in our town. So I strongly oppose any action that would diminish the experience and privacy of our patients and therefore diminish the value of our business itself.
Okay, thank you. And following Pat Saley, Layla Cook.
Good afternoon. My name's Pat Saley. I live on Olive Street, about a block away. I represent myself, my husband, and the other 5 owners in our condo complex. We made comments, written comments, last May, and our comments are really very similar. They have not changed. First of all, I would validate that Salsapuedes is used by a lot of pedestrians as well as people in vehicles. I have walked my dog down that street. It is true. People don't tend to go up on foot if they can avoid it. Many, many, many times. So the location of the garage door pretty much right at the street or sidewalk from a safety standpoint is a concern. And if there's some way at a minimum to push that back and increase visibility for safety reasons. Secondly, you notice the landscape architect talked about landscape improvements around the existing building, but as I understand it, no architectural changes, details, wainscoting, anything are proposed on that building. And if ever that building is going to get a facelift, it's now. And I would even advocate simplify the proposed building and put some of those details for continuity between the 2 buildings, because that building on the corner is pretty plain. And it would be really great to have these 2 integrate better and improve the appearance of that one. And then lastly, I'd just like to know the number of units dropped by 1, but as I understand it, the average unit size went up by 150, 160. So it would be helpful to have a comparison of the previous total square footage versus proposed, because saying 1 unit is dropped doesn't necessarily tell the whole story. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Layla Cook, followed by Susan Bell.
Hi there, my name is Layla Cook, and I'm a homeowner next door and a community member, and I'm very opposed to this project for several reasons. If you pull up one of the bird's eye views, you can actually see my freestanding unit that we bought as community members. So we live in Bella Riviera, but we do not own a workforce housing unit. I own a free market unit that my husband and I bought for one of the reasons, because of our lovely views that this will block. And again, this will greatly disrupt our property values. So that's hugely disturbing. Additionally, as been spoken here, the in and out on Salsapuedes is very, very dangerous. We have an 11-month-old son that we walk up and down in a stroller, and Salsapuedes is constantly overburdened with cars as it is. So adding dozens, if not tens of dozens of more cars on a daily basis in and out will be a huge problem. The traffic, again, the parking and the traffic is already compromised in the area, and this is only going to get worse with this density and development. But I'd love to show you the view especially, which again, as Dr. Rohde brought up, having purchased a place with knowing our property values are such, impacted by these views, and then to have them go away because somebody else wants to develop and build seems really silly and irresponsible and just not neighborly. Finally, I'm very concerned for my colleagues who live in the Bella Riviera units who work nights and weekends for our local hospital, and having this, extended construction project will really impact the quality of life. There's also a park or a play area on the green grassy area in front of Bella Riviera that lots of kids play in, and having 24/7 during the day construction will really impact people's sleeping, especially for our nurses and our hospital staff who sleep during the day, and as well as children's playtime. I'm happy to answer any questions as a local who lives right here and will be really, really disrupted by this. Any questions?
Fortunately, we can't do
Okay.
that as part of this
All right,
process.
thank
but
you.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Hello, my name's Susan Bell. I likewise live opposite this proposed development at the front of Bella Riviera. We live in a two-storey dwelling. The inference that this development is in keeping with the area is misleading. The area to the south and east is all two-storey or one-storey development. So this looming four-storey presence is not in keeping. Our garage way onto Salsapoides is directly opposite the proposed garage entrance here, and at the moment that proposal, in my opinion, is not safe. Salsapoides at that point, as we've heard, is very narrow, and this access or ingress will not allow cars to come out at an angle. They will have to swing out and practically touch the opposite curbway, and that is not safe. The on-road parking, at the moment, there's very little parking in the area. This development is going to take away parking, certainly for the proposed time of the development. And at the moment, the situation in the area around is poor. Any contractors have to park on the roadway, and at the moment, any of our friends and visitors have to park a good deal away, and that is only going to get worse. The proximity of the development site opposite our units is going to decrease the property values, certainly in the short term, and this is of obvious concern to us. So in conclusion, the site is not suitable for this size of development, and it has enormous implications for the people who live in and around the area.
Okay, thank you. Would anyone else like to address the board regarding this project? No? Okay. And we did receive several emailed letters regarding the project, one from Anna Marie Gott, who is against the project and has pointed out some issues regarding setbacks and modifications. From Susan Bell, who just spoke, and then from Brian Lezak, who's writing in support of the project. Okay, with that, we will close public comment and move on to questions. Richard, do you want to start?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I think the staff mentioned that we would be delivering an opinion on the minor trash encroachment and alternate parking layout. Can you explain those to us to see what we're looking at?
I'll address the trash enclosure. In the existing condition, there is a trash enclosure on the upper lot, also in the setback. In doing the addition of the new building, we had trash that was adequate for both the residential and commercial, but it was voiced to us that it'd probably prefer to have a separate trash area for the commercial tenants in the existing building. And thus, we've relocated it to the upper lot in closer proximity to those tenants here and provided the accessible path to it. So that's one of the modifications or minor zoning exception that staff is looking to get feedback
I'm
from.
sorry, so the modification is that there's one trash serving two entities? Is that what the modification is about, or the location, or what?
Just the location being in this setback.
Okay.
Correct, Megan?
Mr. Chair, we're pulling up the zoning language right now, but essentially setback, trash enclosures aren't allowed in the front setbacks unless they are existing and meet certain standards, that they need to be at least 10 feet away from the front property line, are enclosed, and are existing on site. We don't feel that this, because it's being relocated, that it meets the requirement that it's existing. So that's something, so we're not sure we can even support an MZE.
Appears that it's
I don't understand.
It's not in the setback, yeah.
It's not in the setback.
And it's enclosed.
It's not in the setback.
It's less than 10 feet away, right? Or is it not?
Well, it's not dimensioned, but looks like it's 6 plus 4 feet.
Okay, and then the alternate parking arrangement is, what's that all about?
That's for the landscape, correct? Sorry.
Did you
think it was the transformer instead of the trash?
I believe we thought that the
okay.
T was the
All right.
trash.
I think I'll try to recap.
Oh.
Unclear.
I think trash, sorry. I think staff and us didn't communicate this properly. I think they're referring to the transformer being
got
in
it.
this
Okay.
setback.
Not the trash enclosure.
So the transformer equipment, I believe, can be in the setback, if I remember correctly. Equipment's, but maybe within the extra 2 feet
we
of
would
the
have to
property.
review that.
Yeah.
That
to an
clarifies
extent.
it, yes.
We do have some clever screening options that Kim can talk about for that transformer, if you are interested
Yeah,
in
that
that.
was one of my questions.
Okay, we'll see if they go for it. They require clearance around a trash enclosure, but I've never seen, or transformer, excuse me. Now I'm confused. Get this out. So what I'm proposing to do is have removable bollards and a piece of fencing that can be removed so that we can maintain the clearance around the transformer, but this piece can all be removable and we can grow vine up on the side. And I haven't had anybody tell me we can't do it. Have you run into this before?
Likely going to happen.
So we thought we would float it out there and see if Edison would go for something like that, where it could be completely removable and they'd have full access to it, but it would be like the locking bollard so that everything can be removed easily.
Mr. Chair, just to add clarification, we just looked it up, and it does say that on lots developed with residential uses only, which unclear, no closer than 5 feet. Sorry, for non-residential and mixed use, closure shall be no closer than 5 feet to any front lot line. But the board is able to grant an exception if applicants can show that any impact by being closer is mitigated by the design.
That's the trash or the
Transformer.
Thank you. And then the alternate parking arrangement, you're asking for a mod on that? Do you know what that's all about?
Mr. Chair, board members, that's for the landscape parking design standards.
Not enough landscaping in the...
The other thing that hasn't been confirmed is a formal review by Transportation Division. Their parking lot design standards for accessibility and maneuverability. They reviewed it when we did the PRT and gave comments, but again, they haven't reviewed this this application, so that we don't have full detail on whether or not the parking design works from a maneuverability standpoint and those parking design standards. But the waiver would be for the landscaping.
Okay, so let me just understand. This is existing, covered
Yes.
here, and but from here on over, you're going to manipulate?
We're just reorganizing the existing stalls
Reorganizing.
by adding one more van accessible stall.
And this is existing landscape and it's being changed, okay?
There are some improvements that Kim suggested because there's some overgrown or out of scale landscaping in that zone, but
Yeah.
otherwise is existing.
All right. Now, the nature of this lot up here, is that going to be landscaped in perpetuity, or
Not part of our lot.
it's not part of your lot, so you have no control what happens to that?
But is it a buildable lot?
Not that we know of.
Okay.
It's
Did
very narrow lot.
staff want to speak
So,
to that?
we haven't reviewed that because it's not part of the subject application.
All right. Is there any significant loss of trees with this new, of existing trees with the new sidewalk?
Right now, we're proposing to relocate two of the palm trees that are existing there, so we would just move them.
Move them, okay.
Move them. There is an existing, the only trees that we're really taking out are here. And again, it's the 4-inch, it's been pruned into a box. So that I was having a hard time telling what it even was. And then I realized it was a Metrocedero, so there's not really good form on it. But this, where is it, back here? That box is a tree. It's supposed to be a tree. So, yeah, so that would be removed.
Another question now.
Uh-huh.
If, and maybe this is a question to the staff also, if the project has the imposition that this is going to have to be a fully required depths and widths for the pedestrian circulation plan, this would never change because this existing
Condition.
structure and condition, there's no way you can push that building back, so you'd have this tight and then open it up to the full Monteith with the circulation element, correct? That's what would happen?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, that's not true. So because it is a map that affects the entire property, the pedestrian master plan applies to the entire property. It is true that that building is an existing condition, but what is new is the sidewalk entirely. And so it would require approval by transportation. How would they meet the pedestrian master plan with that existing building condition? The comments from the PRT letter were that they would do a wider sidewalk than shown there and a smaller planter area. I think they're proposing these dimensions because it's the design they would prefer, but that review and consideration hasn't been worked out yet.
We were hoping that we could preserve as much as the landscaping as possible with a 4-foot sidewalk. And granted that this existing setback and building have been there for quite a while. And as you go up the street on South Sapuetas, what doesn't make any sense is that the sidewalk can't continue on because it hits a dead end with the existing lot and the building above it, so.
Okay, thanks.
May I just add, Commissioner, just one quick thing. On the east side of Salsa Puertas Street, the condition there, both sidewalk and parkway, does vary throughout the entire block. I don't know if you've had the opportunity to walk through it, but it does change. In some cases, they have zero parkway with a narrow sidewalk to as much as a 5-foot sidewalk. It does meander depending on their conditions, similar to us.
You don't want to tell me that. Then it could vary
Well,
here.
we try to maximize the 4-foot beyond these HVAC units and this site wall that we have. And we
Understand.
thought it made more sense to keep that 4-foot. We certainly could eliminate this parkway altogether to have a wider sidewalk, but we thought this was
start
the
with,
All right.
most
Would you-
cohesive
Mark,
way.
would you go to the elevations, your first hand sketch?
Yeah. Let me go to that section. There you go. Actually, sorry about that.
Yeah, it's either
Going back.
two back. Yeah, right here. So I noticed on the online drawings that this was hard lined, And it seemed a lot squattier on the hard line. And you had eliminated, for instance, the scallops and so forth. Mark, is this drawn anew with the more squatted
This is the
building?
latest elevation.
This is the latest, and it's been revised since the last time we saw it.
Yes.
Which had a
quite
little
bit.
bit more breathing room.
Yes, it was a different design because we had more units and it's slightly different. We were more forward as well.
Basically, I was looking to see that, there was pinch in the arch. This was a lot. The original elevation we saw was a lot more, well, had a little more breathing room in it.
A little more space. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, but this is redone.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Okay.
this is the latest.
That was my question. Oh, and just, it's kind of a leading question. Is there a reason why these balconies, Mark, are solid, or are you cutting off a view of something unfortunate?
Well, it's just
for
more
the-
privacy for the units from the commercial project below. When they're open rail, you can always see into the bedrooms and whatnot, a living area. So we drop them about 12 inches so you can still, they're more comfortable from the interior, but hopefully provide some privacy from below.
Okay, those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions down here?
Yes. You pointed out that on the landscape plan, that you were going to use tall, nice trees on, I think must be the east elevation, but I didn't hear what kind of trees.
That would be this elevation.
Okay, is that east yet?
This is east.
It's these.
On the back
that's the
side
north.
here. Okay, yeah, these would be the sweet shade. And the Michelia, which is it looks very similar to a magnolia, but it's very tall and narrow. They tend to do well in the shadier spots.
I think when Kim was talking about the east elevation, we were talking about this nice grouping of multi-trunk palms, and there's a beautiful existing oak tree here.
Would you go back to the elevations and show us the impact of those overhanging items that come out over the sidewalk there?
Yes.
So I could have a better idea how they look.
Are we talking about the transformer?
No.
Or the modifications we're asking for?
The modification.
Essentially, this is the plane, this is the eastern elevation facing across the street on Salsoplatus. This is in line with the setback, this mass here. This guy, which is about 1.5 stories, comes out about 30 inches into the setback. This minor pop out, which is at the ridge and quite a bit back, is 15 inches proud. So just for the small portion, which is maybe 25% of that, or maybe less of that facade, we're asking to push that out a bit. We think it helps modulate the ins and outs of that one-story elevation along the street.
Where does this occur?
That's a balcony that's off the parking area, which is these, Leon?
The parking areas.
Yeah.
there.
Those are these guys.
I see. And the total square footage, would you address one of the comments by the public as having not changed very much? Could you give us those figures?
Want to give them the numbers, Melissa, on that? Overall, the sizes, overall mass, bulk, and scale has been reduced by about 1,000 net. But I think Melissa's going to try and do the math for the unit size. So we lost a unit. Overall size is 1,000 square feet smaller, but the unit size may have increased.
Yes, that is correct. Our average square footage previously for just the new units was a little over 985 square feet, and our current average for the 7 units is 1,127. So they're slightly larger, but it was such that we couldn't capture that 1 unit back. So we tried to maintain that.
Thank you.
Anything else?
That's all.
Win?
Thank you.
Carry on.
Thank you, Chair Moore. My question is, comes back to staff, and as I understand it, there's a disagreement about the setback at the third story. Is that correct? And it's the interpretation of that. If your interpretation were correct, would there be a loss to Unit 4 at that third level?
Yes, that is correct.
Right.
So the first and second stories are fine, in our opinion. It's the third floor that would have a 20-foot setback.
All right. Thank you. That's my only question.
Okay. Mr. Black.
When's that issue going to be resolved, just out of curiosity?
Can't be done
I mean,
now.
it has some bearing on what this building's going to look like and then our response to it, it seems, but.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Chair and Board Member Black, the zoning code does allow for some relief from zoning standards, and that's what a modification is, and that this project was noticed to the public as including a front setback modification for exactly that purpose. Our understanding is that, as currently proposed, the applicant would apply for a staff hearing officer review, Planning Commission would be the one to grant that modification using the comments of this board as a basis for their decision. So it remains to be seen if there will be any movement in that front wall on the third story in response to the comments from staff. But that is it's early on in the planning process, and it's still going through sort of the typical back and forth from staff and applicant.
Okay. I don't have any other questions. Right.
Okay. So in the presentation, when this came up about the third floor setback, you seemed a little unsure about that. Is there a reason?
I think we need to continue working with staff to iron that out.
Okay.
We may be at odds.
Okay.
As well as the setback from the sidewalk, which may have a further impact.
Yeah.
And also considering both the existing buildings along that street are very proud of our project, and they're relatively massive buildings.
Okay, and then is the existing, you had a photo looking up the street here.
Yeah.
Yes, we do.
Is the existing curb line at the property line?
No, it's out there where you, there you go. Mhm.
Yeah.
That's the corner. It's looking at this corner.
So it's currently landscaped beyond the property line all the way to face the curb until the driveway entrance, and then again landscaped between the two driveway entrances.
So this line continues all the way up the street?
And is currently
Yes,
landscaped.
which has no sidewalk at all on the westerly portion of the street.
This, the existing condition plan shows that condition there on the bottom.
So that's what's going on right now.
Yeah, this is the existing landscaping that's there now.
Okay. Now, on the elevations, leave this here for now. There's a few, you're showing some vegetation. So is this meant to represent that?
No, this was done after Kim had, or before Kim had done her landscape plan. So these are just architectural ideas about the landscaping. I'd shown 2 cypress trees here and indicated a taller tree, but we're not being super site specific, especially on this north elevation. I think the easterly elevation is more indicative of kind of where we're going with the tropical Santa Barbara planting.
Okay. But in areas like this where you're showing some sort of vine creeping up
We're going to try to
here,
do that.
that would be something you'd have to add
Yes.
there and there.
I think every effort's going to be made to really do a nice landscape project.
We do have the vine that you're seeing over the garage here on the east entrance on Salsa Puede. So we do have a lot of that landscaping is very similar to the elevation. So what you're seeing through here and having the vines coming up over the garage entry.
I understand.
So, yeah.
So, was there an effort made to, I mean, it sounds like there's, you know, we have parking lot modification or for landscape standards, which is, you know, a lot of it has to do with the existing condition. And then there's a modification for projection into the front yard setback, and then into the interior setback here, which don't sound like they're absolutely necessary features. They're just things that
No.
you would like to have.
It's just an architectural thing that we thought helped the building massing and seemed appropriate and not out of the question, so.
Okay. And then the trash thing seems a little...
Transformer.
Transformer.
No, I'm talking about, there was a, right,
The trash enclosure, you won't even see it.
Right.
It's within the
Understood.
building.
Have you spoken with Southern California Edison about locations for this?
No.
We haven't, but on a similar project downtown, we used a similar condition, and they were fine with it, so we felt comfortable moving forward with this proposal.
Okay. And then lastly, so maybe staff can confirm, but so on the, I guess it's an interior yard here, as we move up, doesn't that impact this as well? Wouldn't this need to have a 20-foot setback on the third level?
We'd have a 10-foot, so
10 foot
portions
is-
of the structure above 2 stories has a 10-foot setback.
10 foot on interior.
Right.
Okay.
And Mr. Chair, if I might add, there's also the open yard modification that we could use your input on as well.
Okay, yes, please explain how you're going about your open yard requirement.
So we do have an exhibit sheet. Page G002. All the areas identified in green are open yard areas that we are counting towards our 15% open yard areas. Some meet the minimum 10 foot by 10 foot dimension per zoning, and others don't. So the interior, these green areas here and here don't meet the minimum. It's 10 by 10. They're, I believe, 6 foot wide, and you can go the full depth of the property. Other areas are pretty tight too, but contributing otherwise. And if we weren't going to Planning Commission, because this is an AUD market rate for sale product, ABR would otherwise provide discretionary review on these items. I think we have another project that was before you last fall that was approved under those same conditions. I do want to point out, we forgot to mention during our presentation, but the common open yard is on the second floor, not the third floor, but at the second floor. Previously was 18 by 26, but per staff's comment, the minimum requirement is 20 by 20. Even though our area was slightly larger, we have since then enhanced and enlarged that area to meet the 20 by 20, and it's actually even larger than that. But those are the contributing areas, and I think staff is looking to have ABR weigh in on some of the other areas that are contributing to our open yard that don't meet the minimum 10 by 10, which otherwise Planning Commission would approve or disapprove.
Okay, just so staff can clarify, if the area that they're designating as part of their 15% open yard has to have a minimum of 10 by 10 dimension?
Yes, so there are a few standards that those areas that they're trying to use to contribute to that 15% that doesn't meet. So one is the 10 by 10 requirement Also, the joined use of commercial and residential, so the open yard is not supposed to be used by the commercial elements of the property. In this case, it's on, it would be, because that's a commercial courtyard. And then also open to the sky. All elements on the ground floor need to be open to the sky, and there might be partial coverage underneath the stairwell. The gist of it is that the ordinance requires 15% square footage for open yard. They don't have the 15 with certain limitations on dimensions and location requirements. They don't meet the 15%, and it also requires private outdoor living space with minimum dimensions and size. They don't quite meet the letter of the law of that. There's an alternative open yard option, which they provide a common outdoor open yard in lieu of the private outdoor living space. It does have the dimensions there, but again, they don't meet the 15% overall. So they're just not quite meeting the exact letter of the law. There's not really a straightforward way to that other than a request for a modification from the standards overall. So they are providing private outdoor living space, a common area, and some other ground level elements that could contribute as open yard area, but none of them squarely meet the requirements of the zoning code. So you're weighing in as far as the design, livability, layout of the site, and all that kind of weighs into support of the design.
Okay.
Chair.
This has a roof over it, right?
No.
No.
It's open. Chair, if I may clarify, if we can stay on this page, I just want to point out that we are using the alternative open yard calculation, which means that we don't need to provide any of the private open yard, but we are providing some. We have it as a bonus as an amenity to all the residences, nearly 2,800 square feet that unfortunately doesn't contribute to our open yard. So we're hoping that could be a caveat to offset any areas that may not meet the minimum 10 by 10.
For instance, these decks meet the open yard requirement for the units. We just didn't include them. We thought that we'd be fine with this
And
one.
the ones beyond as well.
And the northerly ones are far bigger than they need to be.
And in addition, the courtyard area that's currently in the existing building is open to all users, commercial and residential, given that this building is a mixed-use building. So unfortunately, we didn't think it was appropriate to exclude that from our tallies. Hopefully that clarifies a little.
Okay, question for staff then. If they would include their private open space that they've calculated on these balconies and decks, and with the common open space, does that meet the requirements? I know you haven't looked at it in depth, but.
Right, so it doesn't meet the letter of the ordinance. And that determination, just to be clear, is something the Planning Commission will decide on. Your board doesn't have to make that call on the open yard mod. What we need to know is the design appropriate for the proposed use? For instance, if there was a really tiny, awkward courtyard that doesn't seem to fit with the design and is trying to be used as an outdoor area, that might be something that you'd weigh in on. Types of plants and usability, and just the design and layout, site layout, and how that plays into what they're providing for the tenants.
Okay.
Chair Moore, I can confirm that it does. If we add all of the private open yard plus most of the other open yards that are on grade, yes, we do meet the minimum otherwise.
Okay. Well, let's go to, if that's everybody's questions, you have a follow-up? Yes.
In the entry corridor to the units, is that, I'm sorry, I've lost my direction there, but is the corridor closed at the end or is it open?
On which floor are those?
Both ends of the corridor,
It's open.
are they open?
Open air.
They're
Mhm.
open,
Mhm.
thank you.
As well as the circulation core around the elevator.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's go to comments. Richard, would you like to start?
Yeah, it's very nice, handsome design. I'm just concerned that, we're there's a little bit, pressing the definitions of the outdoor living space. We're asking for a slight modification to setbacks on this first level and back, forward and back. We have a unresolved, in my point of view, a very unresolved transformer that can't be screened as yet. I think that has to be radically done. It's just pushing the mass spoken scale to the upper limits of acceptability, I think. But however, when you look at the context of the 3 buildings up, this is aesthetically only. It doesn't regard traffic or, safety and all those concerns that will be addressed by others. I think the mass spoken scale is primarily acceptable. The real crunch is, the 3rd story. Well, let me take back. I think that once you handle the transformer, and once you get a hold of the not significantly not asking for a significant mod on the 20-story setback, 20-foot setback on the 3rd floors, I think the mass spoken scale will be improved. The real crunch is the 3rd story. I think that we can, unfortunately, I think that the 3rd story is within the criteria of the heights. It is a small portion of the footprint of the 2nd story, and unfortunately, we can't govern over private views, no matter how precious they are to neighbors and so forth. And I think that this project, the way it is, if these other setback transformer and other modifications, the building is shaved down, I think that I could see a 3rd story as designed. I think that's the major that I would want to see. These pushes and pulls of setbacks and trash and transformers handled adequately and so forth, until I make a final government verdict on the mass spoken scale. But I think it's almost there, and the 3rd story, I think, is something that could be accepted given the adjacencies of the context. And yeah, other things are minor. That's it.
Okay. Well, my opinion is that it feels like that you're really, I think Richard mentioned it, you're really pushing to get a lot of area into this project, and it feels like you're trying to get too much in there. And specifically, if we have 3rd story setbacks that are 20 feet, that's pretty significant. So, and additionally, there's the street level issue of the pedestrian master plan, where we're supposed to have that sidewalk, and it's unfortunate for the property owner, but it's a benefit for the community at large to have the sidewalk and done appropriately and per the code. So I could support the project with fewer requests for modifications and asks from the public. So as far as the parking lot waiver of the landscape, that seems fairly minimal and supportable. But I would ask the applicant to take another look at the sort of the bigger asks of projecting into the setbacks and creating a building that's larger than technically allowable per the current zoning ordinance.
Could we go back to the page that shows the sidewalk? I agree that this sidewalk is very important for the community and the neighbors. I can't see how moving it back this 2 feet here and then bringing it back to the street across here benefits anybody, given that it's going to come out this far anyway, and that this 2 feet might help landscaping plan if it was combined with that, which is back there. As far as whether the building or not, I think the building is architecturally appropriate for its use. I definitely do. And I think the applicant's suggestions about working on those elevations to break up that outside, I think those are good suggestions, and so I support those. I don't have others.
Okay. So specific to the, we want to be sure we're giving the staff good feedback for the requests for modifications, et cetera.
That's my intention.
Okay.
I have a question.
Then, hold on, let's, the request for the landscape waiver, that's acceptable to you?
Yes.
Okay. The request for projecting into the setbacks is acceptable?
In general, yes.
In general, okay, great. Mr. Wynn?
Thank you, Chair. I would agree with all the comments, especially of Member 6's. I thought they were very, very well put. A couple of items. It seems to me that in trying to maximize the uses and the number of units on the sites, there's been a trade-off as to the sort of delight of living in these units. They're very small, we all know that. The corridor seems very dark and cramped to me and has the potential of being a wind tunnel. I would like to see some more expression of, I don't know, welcoming or human accommodability in this corridor. There's been some modification. The front doors have been recessed a bit, but still, if the ceiling is going to be the same level, seems to me to be a very dark and cramped sort of entryway to these little units that need all they can in terms of delight and human habitability to make them really sing, because I do like small units. I live in a small unit myself, and you really have to maximize every opportunity. I don't have a big issue with the setbacks. It would be nice to see the sidewalk continuous, but if I understand that if they were to build a continuous sidewalk, it would just dead end at the lot next door. If there's some accommodation for that lot's being developed, that there's an easement, either you build up to their driveway now, or there's some sort of guarantee that it will be continued in the future when that lot is developed, when and if. I think some sort of accommodation or agreement could be reached between the project proponents and the staff in that regard. One other teensy-weensy little element on the existing building, there is that retaining wall around the condensers, it looks like a perfect skateboard target. And I would encourage you to either take care of that, perhaps even putting a railing around it to a certain height, because now that there's going to be a sidewalk next to it, it's the wall is not going to be that tall. It's like 18 inches or so. But I would think for the public's sort of general well-being, some kind of railing along there that would also deter, not prevent, skateboarding along there for those daredevils coming down Salsi Puedes.
Okay. Mr. Black.
Yeah, I'd agree with most of the comments that have been made. I guess my biggest concern is, one, that some of the asks haven't been fully addressed, and I'm interested in seeing what comes of that. You know, if you look at the demolition plan, there's a lot of landscape that's coming out, and it seems as though this building is maximizing the site, and whatever's left over gets, you know, shrubbed up. But so I think any effort to maximize whatever landscape opportunities there are, and I'd agree with Leon in terms of moving that sidewalk out to the curb and increasing that one planter there. I think that would help, at least at that location. That's all.
Okay. Yes.
I'd like to articulate a few things. I think that the minor setbacks that on the first floor, what was it, 30 inches or so, with a high shelf and so forth, I would find those acceptable asks. I don't, however, if the 20-foot setback on the third floor and fourth is the correct interpretation, I think that would be an important one to maintain and not. I don't feel that there's I think a significant mass spoken scale with that I would not entertain a modification for that 20-foot setback. And I'm thinking, I may kind of, in my questions, made the argument that, well, simply because we're not going to get a full, if the staff asks for a full pedestrian width for a sidewalk and 10 feet apron and parkway or whatever, it seems to me it's not so much the continuation, but it gives a tight street some breathing room, some opportunity, even though if the sidewalk doesn't continue, the throat of the garage gets further back from the street. There's more vision, there's more opportunity for people to step and cross the street onto that sidewalk instead of on the other one. So even though it's not, even though it's going to dead end, I think that the full breadth of a pedestrian standard, pedestrian scheme, whatever it's called.
Master plan.
Master plan. If it's acknowledged, it would be good here. That's my additional comments.
Okay. So we need a motion. It's not just comments. Is that correct? And from the applicant's point of view, they would be looking for positive comments to move towards a planning commission hearing, or would there be a full planning review prior to that?
Mr. Chair, so there would be, there needs to be still a permit application submitted, full plan check and comments. We would anticipate some level of redesign in that process and likely a return to your board prior to planning commission if the applicant, if there is a redesign that triggers that. Otherwise, this would be their stop before planning commission So it kind of depends on how they move forward. To that end, also if your board is comfortable with moving it to Planning Commission or not. So weighing in on the modifications they're requesting, in terms of if it's ready for Planning Commission or not, or if it's something that needs to be addressed in their application review. And then if I might add, also the open yard modification comments would be appreciated as well.
Okay. I think the fact that we're having some discussion over this third floor setback, I mean, it sounds like from staff's point of view, third floor setback is 20 feet. Okay. So I guess there's no confusion over that. Okay.
Open yard. We could make comments about the open yard requirement.
Yeah, we can.
I didn't make it before. It does seem to me like it has the potential to comply.
Yeah. Well, does somebody want to try a motion?
You're not going to do it.
So I would make a motion for an indefinite continuance to, exactly where are we going? To the Planning Commission?
Mr. Chair
Or
and
to the
Board Member 6, that is up to the maker of the
Staff?
motion right now. So if you feel that this project as designed is pretty much there and you just want them to massage a few things, come back for project design approval, I would send it to Planning Commission. If you feel that there are significant enough issues that need to come back and this board to see prior to sending it off for those land use design, approvals, then I would say an indefinite continuance back to the board.
Well, okay, then I think it needs to come back to the board for indefinite continuance back to the board. So I'll start my comments general that the mass spoken scale in general, given the context of the buildings adjacent to this proposed structure and the fact of the vacant lot in between it on its northerly property line is mostly moving in the right direction. Let's say acceptable. The mass spoken scale is acceptable. That the applicant shall comply with the 20-foot setback for the third and fourth floor, that the board would govern that any significant asks for modifications in that setback would be problematic and not acceptable, that the minor asks for setback modifications on the front and rear of the building on the first floor are reasonable and could be granted, that the alternate parking modification, landscape parking modification is acceptable given the existing situation, that the transformer needs to be significantly, location needs to be significantly altered and screened in a much better permanent way, that the open yard modifications asked seem to be reasonable given the technicality of them and the fact that they are providing additional private yard
and
common yard space. That the, and we might need a raise of hands on this, that the three-story element, given that it's a small footprint of the floor below, is acceptable. What?
I have a couple things that I'd like to clarify as we go
Okay.
through this motion. So the parking lot landscape mod, there's currently no mechanism in the zoning code to provide a modification for the parking lot landscape. I assume to mean waiver.
Yes, waiver, excuse
Great.
me.
So I will change that language. And then I believe you're referencing the fourth story element rather
Yes.
than the third.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
sorry, the fourth story element is acceptable given its footprint much smaller than the third below it. Oh, and the sidewalk, the majority of the board feels that the sidewalk should be continuous along the curb from Mitchell Terena going north on South Suedes. And do I need to mention that it would support the requirements for the master pedestrian plan at the front, master plan at the front of the building. If required by staff or other bodies.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to read that back.
Yes, please.
We have an indefinite continuance back to the full board with that the mass bulk and scale in general when considering the nearby buildings and vacant lot to the north is mostly acceptable. Applicant shall comply with the 20-foot setbacks for the third and fourth floor. Any significant ask for modifications from that setback would be problematic and not acceptable. Minor asks for setback modifications on front and rear of building on first floor are reasonable and could be granted. The parking lot landscape waiver is acceptable given the existing situation. Transformer location should be significantly altered and screened. Open yard modification asks seem to be reasonable given the technicality of them and the fact that they are providing additional open yard and common yard space. Fourth story element is acceptable given the small footprint of that element in comparison to the
third floor.
Third floor. Majority of the board feels the sidewalk should be continuous to the curb alongside South Suedes, and the board would support the requirements for the pedestrian master plan on the project if required by staff.
Second.
Discussion?
Yes.
Hold on. Any discussion?
Yes.
Okay.
So, are we suggesting that this sidewalk continue to the property line or stop here where it's shown on the elevation, or on the site?
Well, I'm hoping that if they are required to have the depths of front yards and so forth, that there'll be a unique solution. Maybe it's not the simple standard rubber stamp sidewalk, parkway, da-da-da. Maybe it's something other. Maybe it's a dead-end loop type sitting area or something.
Sounds right to me.
Very creative.
So how do we incorporate that in? Is that incorporated into our?
They need to go.
They need to go and
talk
sort
to
it
the
out.
right people and figure that out.
We're not demanding it.
Yeah.
I hope my language said that I wasn't demanding it. If it is demanded by others, then we would support it and enjoy what this creative architect will come up with.
The language the language says that the board would support the requirements of the pedestrian master plan if required by staff.
Okay.
And just leave it at that.
Just leave it at that.
Okay, any other discussion? All right. You had
May
a
I ask
question?
question?
Yeah.
Could also the board make comments about the neighborhood compatibility, given the 3D model effort that you've asked of us to present today? And weigh in on those?
Well, they did
Yeah,
discuss
we have the context,
the massing was,
Overall, it's okay.
But the neighborhood compatibility.
well, I don't know if we're there yet because you're going to be coming back with some adjustments to that design, so.
We can articulate it next time.
Yeah. Okay, so we had a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Good idea.
This is ours.
I did about a year ago.
You leave that with me?
Yes. Yes, my landlord raised my rent to what we were charging our tenants.
After all of that, we're on time.
Bathrooms now.
Amazing. Says
We got rid of the tenant, moved the office
It's a
into.
good guess on Matthew's time guessing part.
Yeah.
It's exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, let's wrap it up. Keep moving. To item number 2, which is 1723 Garden Street. Come on down. Okay. 1723 Garden Street. It's a proposal to permit various unpermitted conditions on a multi-unit residence. The project consists of reducing the number of units from 11 to 9, permitting unpermitted garden area that displays 3 required parking spaces, permitting unpermitted doors, decks, stairs, and railings at several units, and minor additions to 2 units. The project also includes storage lofts and other alterations to the interior configuration of various units. The project requires a waiver from the ABR for alternative open yard design, and this will address violations in a zoning report and an enforcement case. Project design and final approval is requested. Project requires compliance with project compatibility analysis, the urban design guidelines, and was last here, February 11th of last year. Welcome back.
Mr. Chair, if
Yes.
I may, staff has some comments. This project did go to the Planning Commission for a modification to parking, as well as some encroachments into setbacks that were all approved. All of the letters of support are in the set of plans, and I'm sure the applicant will go through them with you if you are curious about them. But as far as the design is concerned, it is very minor, but because it originated on this board, just to make sure that we had a video of everyone's comments, it is coming back to the full board. So if there are some minor changes that the board might request, it would be helpful for staff and probably the applicant if it could come back on consent.
Okay. You could introduce yourselves.
I'm Amy Taylor, architect for Valerie Giroux, the property owner. There was one other thing I wanted to give you regarding Planning Commission minutes. which was that they have eliminated the landscape plan requirement for the project. What was the other? Oh. Well, we've just been through so much since we were last here. It's hard to keep track.
Why don't I read the motion from our last hearing?
Okay.
So it's continued indefinitely to Planning Commission. Provide more consistent, compatible guard railings. Proposed as-built garden changes are acceptable as presented. The board supports a waiver for alternative open yard design and finds that the compatibility analysis criteria have generally been met. And all the right reasons. And that was it. So it looks like we weren't able to give it project design approval at that time because it had to go to the PC?
That is correct.
Okay. Have our new members had a chance to look at this?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, good.
Not at the history, just at the.
Gone. Okay. So at least we've got 4 members then that are familiar with it. And so that's what we'll carry on.
Thank you. I think as staff had mentioned, what you're reviewing is extremely minor. We've just had an extremely complex process to get to this place. And staff also did want me to point out the overwhelming support that the property owner had for the parking modification.
So it really sounds like it's our only item in the motion that had any sort of bearing on what you're doing currently is that you provide more consistent and compatible guardrails.
That's correct.
So why don't we jump to that?
And then also to get your final okay on the open yard mod.
Okay.
Okay, so guardrails go way back here. So we have various little outdoor decks. This is, the street is out here, Garden Street, the driveway. Bunch of little decks that we have to rebuild. And so the consistency is, as we rebuild all the decks, the guardrail will have just a very simple picket and whatever. And all of them are going to pretty much match. So at the back of the building, consistent railings. We are going to put some hand-built under deck parking for the bicycles, which will just be kind of gates built out of fencing boards. So pickets, all of those are all being rebuilt. And that's about it.
The detail of those railings?
So the detail,
Simple 2x2 picket.
2x2. We'll screw in to a 2x4 top and bottom, and then cap it with a 2x6. Since it is multifamily, we're required to have the handrail on each side. So Valerie has asked for a wooden handrail, so we've worked it out with an oval-shaped grip, some fairly typical brackets that will meet the code-required clearances. And then I'm kind of hoping that where we transition away from wood, we'll just use a pre-finished aluminum post into the ground with a cap that comes with it. And the wood then has to kind of swing around with a lovely little bracketing because the code requires it to terminate. And I felt that terminating at the post conflicted too much with that bracket, so we're doing the wraparound instead. We have U-bolts for bike locks in a couple of places. We are also, one of the back units is on pier and girder without foundation, so we're going to do a foundation, a little cripple wall, which is primarily concealed from the decks. And what else? Lovely structural requirements at all the decks.
Finish on your new railings.
So the railings had been and will be painted the same as the finish of the walls. And then the top cap and also the deck boards will be left the natural redwood with a clear sealant. And I was thinking that that would be a bronze color.
Okay. Does that conclude your presentation?
Yeah, unless somebody wants to just glance again at the site plan for that open garden, just for the record. If I can find it. Excuse me. Garden Street, front yard, tiny driveway. So this as-built garden will remain with the granting of the parking modification. Open yard, we have a common open yard that meets. We have some private, but they don't meet. We've included one private that meets the requirement. And that should do it.
Okay. With that, we will open public comment. Would anyone like to address the board about this project? Seeing no one, we'll close public comment and move to questions. Are there any questions down here? Richard? David?
Yes. Detail 8, new pad footing at existing posts. That occurs almost everywhere, correct? Most of these rebuilt, all of these are open below, correct?
I found that there are some of the pads don't have to be replaced, but several of them will be replaced. Yes.
But when they're, so some of them are entirely existing. Existing to remain?
Yes. But in insignificant areas where you don't see them.
I'm just wondering if it would be amenable to you to wrap all those exposed column bases in one by ones up a certain amount to diminish the exposed metalwork.
Take a look at the elevation. So you're concerned about these locations?
Yeah. Every time there's a footing, we get exposed metal bases. I don't know, maybe it's a question to the board whether it's worth wrapping them or just paint them out.
Okay.
That's my only question.
They're existing in that way. You can squint.
I have a magnifying glass in my purse.
So when the existing pier comes up, what's holding the? Is it?
They have the straps and they're just painted.
They're just painted.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Okay. Any other questions from anybody? Yes.
I see the page with the neighborhood, neighbors' comments or names.
Sure. You know somebody?
No, I'm saying that's quite amazing.
Well, I'm.
There's everybody in the neighborhood.
Oh, yes, and more.
Very good.
Thank you.
And as to what Richard has said, I can't see the importance of doing that. Seems like what they're doing here.
Just paint it out.
Okay. Any other questions?
Just for my own edification, you give a detail of a bike lock on the U-lock on A512, and I assume that applies to the uncovered bicycle spaces. I don't understand how it works.
I don't either.
Is it attached to the wall and you
Yes.
get the bike up to it and you lock some part of the bike to it?
This lock is into locking in the wall, and it would act just like a pole-mounted ring that you string a lock through.
Cable and lock through. I get it. Thank you.
Okay. Comments?
Mr. Chair, I think this is ready for, I would make a motion for preliminary and final?
It would be project design and final.
Project design approval and final approval as submitted.
I'll second that. Any discussion? None? Great. Okay. First and second, all in favor? Aye. All opposed?
Abstain.
And one abstention. 2 abstentions. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so.
Nice seeing you all. I don't know if you remember the first time. Probably not. Huh?
Probably not.
All right, so it looks like our next item isn't scheduled till 5:25, so we need to adjourn for 5 minutes.
What's their
At the same time, like they do like night catching balls and stuff. So they have these cameras all over it, so if they see anybody walking by, you know, extra income.
Oh, let's just start.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Go back to work now.
This facial recognition technology coming in. I saw some artists fighting back where they put sort of decals across their face that would prevent them from being identified. Sort of like camouflage.
Okay, so we're going to reopen our meeting and move on to item number 3, which is 400 West Pueblo Street, which is a proposal for seismic retrofit for Cottage Hospital. And this includes construction of a new shear wall and reorientation to existing windows. No change in floor area is proposed. No final appealable decision will be made at this hearing.
Right now,
And the
because I put it
project
on me,
requires
but I
compliance
haven't
with
been.
the project compatibility analysis, the urban design guidelines, and was last seen on the 24th. Welcome back. We on? We're on.
Hello.
Introduce yourself.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Thank you for having me. I'm Rosa Alvarado, architect with 196 Architects. And as you mentioned, we were here just a couple weeks ago. And we've come back and taken your recommendations and comments into account and have looked at extension of the of the beams that we had stopped short of the elevation on each end. And I think that was a really good recommendation. It looks much better.
Okay. So I'll just read the 2 items from the motion. It was
Okay.
continue 2 weeks with 2 comments. The board would like the applicant to continue to study a design to provide a holistic architectural solution to this engineering problem. And number 2, fully integrate the design.
So the holistic architectural solution to integrate with the structural work on this project was, in fact, to extend the grade beams at the exterior elevations of the building. You mentioned potentially in foam. We're thinking maybe framed, but either way, it's going to have that continuity, that elevation.
Show us in here.
Yeah, so you are on S11. That's the one you want to go to. I think the axonometrics show it best.
Okay.
So the bands now continue along the entire length. One thing you mentioned is to consider to maybe chamfer it at the ends, but we actually opted not to do that because there aren't any chamfered sections in the building already. The eyebrows that we mentioned last time, as you see, kind of come to a parallel and hard. Hi. Perpendicular, and so we thought that looked better. Holistically, architecturally, I think it just reads a lot better. Looks like they belong there, we think. I think the other comment was with regards to the window, and those could be best seen on the elevation sheets.
Okay.
So I'll go to that sheet. 301. At this shear wall location, we were not able to have the window band continuity. Here, we were only able to accommodate one window, and so in order to kind of keep that language there of that horizontal window band, we do intend on having a differentiation there, along there with a darker color. We're thinking a gray. We haven't selected the color yet, but it will definitely be a band of possibly gray. And I think that will help.
Okay.
And you also asked us to look at possibly providing more pictures or alternate pictures. We went back and We think we found that those were the best angles, and the pictures kind of reflected the building best. So we did not add pictures, but those can be found on the second sheet. And it really just captures the building best from all these angles. And as you can see, there's a lot of foliage, there's a lot of trees in front. You won't really ever perceive the full elevation at any given point, but certainly the continuity of the banding is going to help the architectural look of the building.
Okay. Anything else?
No, I think those were the things that were of most concern, and I do think we addressed them. I hope you agree.
Okay. We will open public comment. Would anyone here like to address the board regarding this project? Seeing no one, we'll close public comment and go to questions. Start down here. Richard?
Yes, Mr. Chair. First of all, the color band on the 4th and 5th floor, is that going to be recessed?
Unfortunately, we discussed that with the structural engineer, and we can't go any shallower on that shear wall. It will not be recessed.
Okay.
It was going to be flush.
Can the top, well, the top goes right up to the eyebrow, doesn't it? How about, can you have a deep score in the bottom one?
Yeah, I think we can accommodate a score.
What about a projection?
It's probably just a line strip.
Out proud from the shear?
Let's continue with your questions.
Okay, and then when you actually have your working, let's go to the isometric. These are working, right, to a point?
Yeah.
So when they're actually working, they can't stop and start at the column.
They have to go across.
They have to go across the column.
Yes.
Okay. And then, is this a working one here? Is this working here?
Or is it a faux one? What do you mean by working?
Well, is it a real one or a faux one?
Oh, I think it's best seen on the elevation because I differentiated it where they stopped and start best on the elevation. So let's see. What are you looking at? On this elevation here, from this point over.
Is that differentiated?
It's differentiated with that 4 and 2.
Oh, I get it.
2 is the new concrete, so it's working up to here, and then this is the continuation of it, so we extend it to the end of the building.
Okay. So at this very corner here, can you stop it right here and here? And not bury this corner column?
I think we can, actually. It would sit slightly proud of the column.
I understand, yeah.
But I do think that that's possible. We just extended it for that continuity to wrap around the building.
But it's not possible at the real beam to stop and start again?
No, we checked on that.
All right, thank you. My question.
On the elevation, what?
301.
301. Oops. Sorry. There it is. What? Yeah, thank you. What is this shape? Is that?
That's a mechanical shaft and a mechanical.
So that's up against the building?
Yes.
Okay. Is that on the isometric?
It's not on the isometric.
That happens here?
Yeah, right around there. They didn't show any mechanical but we showed it on our elevation so that you would see it. And it's also visible from the photographs. So there's a white ducting element at the exterior of that elevation.
But it's not applied to the surface of the building, it's its own freestanding?
It's freestanding in front of, yeah. It's right up against the building.
Got it. Okay.
No questions.
Well,
My question is really more for the board in reference to member 6's comments on the painted panels on sheet A301. For consideration, perhaps they could be scored to pick up the window pattern of the adjacent windows. Even though it all be painted, you'd come up with a rhythm, a pattern of that window across there.
Is that something you could
Yeah,
potentially?
I think the scoring both along the bottom and top and to kind of reflect that window pattern
To
is a good
reflect that
idea.
vertical window pattern across there.
Yeah, I think we can do that, absolutely.
Otherwise, I think these changes really well reflect our comments in that they may not be doing anything, these drag beams, but I think for the uninitiated, they inspire more confidence than rather just the
Random kind
they-
of stopping points, yeah, absolutely. I agree with that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
I have something to add in reference to Mr. Whalen's comments. I think a scoring is a good idea, but I think it might be helpful to know what a score is.
Here.
Set some
It's a-
parameters for me on that.
It would be a shallow reveal, a depression in.
A wide one or a narrow one?
Like
It
a
would
quarter
reflect
inch.
the mullion width of the adjacent windows. That's what we're trying to duplicate here.
Okay. Why don't you continue on with any other comments?
I don't have any other comments.
Okay. Do you want to finish any thoughts since that was a comment? David, do you have any comments?
I do not.
Okay. Richard?
Well, I think that I'm not too confident now. I think just the scoring only and not the change of color. Yeah, it's, we're getting, I wonder if we're doing too much. I think scoring and no color would be the best. And I also think that you should take the fake, if they're all fake, you should stop the outside corner
These
ones.
here.
Here and here,
Mhm.
inside the column, because the eyebrows are that way.
Mhm.
And I know that we have to live with them continuing through the mid field, but I think it would be stronger in relationship to the eyebrows to have them cut out of the wrapping the corner
Stop
column.
short of that vertical column.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Wherever the corner column
And
exists. At all corner columns. My opinion.
David?
Yeah, I'm okay with either way, whether it's the color or the score. I don't know.
Chair?
Yes.
I think without the paint is preferable to just having the score. In regards to the other comment, does the drag beam continue wrap that corner, or does it end at that corner? Thank you. Then, in that case, I would agree with you that it should stop on the inward side of the column and not wrap it.
That's correct. We just wrapped it after the last review.
They should only wrap the corners I'm looking at the A axonometric view where the drag beam actually wraps around the corner. If it doesn't wrap the corner, and it looks like they do wrap the corners on both of them, that they should be continuous.
We've added that based on last time, the
Right.
last review comments.
So am I not understanding?
Understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, there are no real beams that wrap the corner column.
Not on the ends of the buildings, correct.
It's not a structural requirement.
Right.
Wherever there's a corner column, we can
Stop it short.
short on either side 90 degrees to each other.
Correct.
Okay. I'm willing to go along with the majority opinion on that. Sort of either way is interesting. It was just this weekend I was walking by some Art Deco buildings, and that would be a detail that would be more Art Deco if it swooped all the way around the corners. But either way is fine. And I think just the figuring out a score pattern that matches the existing window treatment, I think would be fine there as well. So, all right. So it's concept review.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Board members, if the board is comfortable with the design as currently presented, you can say that it is ready for project design approval, which would cue staff to take this in for a 30-day completeness review. Once it's deemed complete, a 60-day clock will commence in which this board will have to take an action by the end of that. So the reason you can't take action today is staff has not completed its completeness review.
Okay. Does somebody want to make that motion?
I think it's time for David to make a motion.
Which one? You have two, David.
Either or.
Well, I'll do it. That's fine. So I would say the board is comfortable with the direction of the design and that staff can perform their completeness review. And that the board appreciates the attention paid to the comments, the previous comments, and that the suggestion is to remove the dark gray paint from the faux window areas and provide a score pattern in its place to mimic the existing window treatment for the, what floor is that?
Fourth and fifth.
Fourth and fifth floors on the, what elevation is that?
On the south?
East?
I'm sorry, east. It's this one right here.
On the east
This
elevation.
is east, that's south.
Okay. And let's just do a quick straw vote. How many board members like the design as proposed? Well, actually, hold on. Let's change that straw vote. How many board members would like the structural bond beams to stop at the outside corners to expose the corner columns? 1, 2, 3. Tied.
Could be a tie.
Okay. That fails. I'll do it the other way then. How many board members would like the structural bond beams to continue around the outside corners as proposed?
Is that what we asked them to do last time?
We didn't give them specific direction. So how many board members can support the design as proposed? 1, 2. Okay. All right. So
I'll go back and I'll change. I haven't voted.
Okay.
And if you want to ask the first for the vote as you asked in the first way, I will change. I will vote yes for that, which should give you 4.
Okay. So the majority of the board would like the bond beams to stop at the outside corners to expose the existing column, I guess you would call it. Corner column.
I'll second that.
Okay.
Other discussion?
Yeah.
Can this go to consent?
Can it come back to consent?
Can it come back?
Thank you.
If the board feels that it can be handled on consent, it can be sent to consent at any time for any project.
Suggest adding that.
Okay. So continue to consent.
An indefinite
for
continuous?
Indefinite continuous to consent for, so it would have to get PDA and final at consent, hopefully. Okay. Is everybody clear on that? Okay. All right. So we had a first and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Extra lines?
Okay.
Can I take one of these back with me?
Are we ahead of schedule?
Did you mark it? Did you find something?
We have to wait till 6:30? Oh, wow. Okay, so the next item isn't scheduled until 6:30, so we will need to adjourn until 6:15. Okay, we're going to reopen our meeting and continue with item number 4, which is a concept review for 1425 Las Positas Road and a proposal for creek bed remediation and pedestrian improvements. Within designated city parkland, project proposes to restore ephemeral tributary drainage, improvements to existing informal trail routes, an 85-foot-long bridge across Arroyo Creek at the northern end of the park, and relocation of an existing water main. Project also entails 80 feet of Arroyo Creek bank restoration and 507 cubic yards of grade and cut and 507 cubic yards of fill. No appealable decision to be made at this hearing. Project requires compliance with project compatibility analysis. Okay. Welcome.
Okay, I'm Erin Markey. I'm a Creeks Restoration Planner in the City Creeks Division. You kind of just highlighted the main features of the project in your description there. I don't know if you guys want me to just kind of go through sheet by sheet, kind of talk about the project, and then I have some pictures, and we can then do questions. So this is the open space park at the end of Allen Road. Is currently the only access. Thank you. Only access point. And so part of the project is proposing to put a pedestrian bridge up here at the north end of the park that is going to connect to the city's future Class 1 multi-use bike path, which is supposed to start construction here in a few months. It's going to run all the way along Modoc and then down Las Positas Road. So this is kind of just an overview sheet. This is that tributary drainage we were talking about. Campanile Hill is up here, so this all drains kind of that small little watershed area. It's ephemeral. It really just flows when it's during heavy rain. It's dry most of the time, but it's really confined into a singular channel. I can show some pictures. So this is kind of that area. The drainage kind of flows through the existing eucalyptus grove. But it's been kind of confined by grading, essentially, to keep it in a singular channel. And so the restoration we're talking about doing would open that up, grade this area to be more flat and level, and let the drainage spread out more naturally. And then some trail. So the trails out here were kind of existing when the city took ownership of the property a few years ago. And so we're now looking at trying to make them just more aesthetically pleasing, add some bends and meanders, give people kind of different viewpoints, as well as improve drainage and grading out there. There's a couple sections that are really, really steep over here that we're going to kind of spread out to lower the slope on and pull people away from an existing fence a bit so that we can plant some vegetation and hide an existing chain link fence that runs the property line. And then obviously the pedestrian bridge, and that's one of the bigger components we figured you guys would have input on. There's an existing water main. I don't know if I have pictures of that. That crosses the creek right there. That we're going to relocate onto the future bridge. So the bridge location is kind of roughly here. So there are some willows shown to be removed, native willows in here. But we'll be more than replacing them. And then upstream, this is some existing rock riprap. It's sort of hard to see in the photos, but it goes all the way to the top of bank around this water line, and then there's some pipe and wire revetment, kind of metal fencing that's put in to protect the bank. All that's going to come out, and then this really steep section of bank upstream will be laid back and restored. I don't know if I have a photo of that. But then just some more photos. This is kind of the existing wide sections of trails that we're going to kind of try to narrow. So this is right in this area. So currently the trail is super wide. We're going to kind of run it over closer to some existing trees over here, and then we're going to revegetate in there with natives. So that's the overview. Just a little more detail on that tributary drainage. So there's kind of an existing linear line of eucalyptus trees that will remain. And then there's a few over here within the area that we want to encourage the drainage to spread out in that will be removed. There's 6 of those shown. And then these are all kind of logs. So basically logs laid down at grade to kind of create features for when the water spreads out that will kind of prevent erosion, kind of act as grade control structures in a sense, natural ones that'll erode over time. Those are just some cross sections showing the grading, so areas of fill and cut. I also want to point out over here at the upper end of where the trail crosses this drainage, we're going to put in a little raised boardwalk. So just a little wood elevated boardwalk to kind of keep foot traffic out of the wetland habitat there. So there's a cross section of that. It'll be 24 feet long and 8 feet wide, and have some pictures of what that might look like. Just really simple wood boardwalk with a curb. Some more detail on the bridge. So it's an 85-foot long bridge across the creek. We're proposing to have a concreted path that connects up to the multi-use bike path, and a concreted landing on the west. This is the west side of the bridge. That'll then connect to the existing or proposed realignments to the existing trails that are all earthen through the open space park. We've got some stormwater capture areas shown to capture the runoff from those pathways, and then some basically what we call rock slope protection along the toe of the creek, so large rock to kind of keep the creek channel from meandering in that area. Will be revegetated with willow stakes, unrooted willow cuttings, and then the banks will all be revegetated as well. The bridge. So we have some photos of the bridge details. So here's just kind of an example of the concrete path. We do like a sandstone-y colored concrete, wood decking, and then metal rails. And so I just have a few different pictures. This is kind of the railing we like, really open so that people can see the creek more. And then this is the type of bridge. So in the past, we've often done these like truss style bridges, but for this bridge, our engineers want to go with a stringer bridge, which has a slightly deeper deck, because we want to have a viewing platform cantilevered off it, as well as to support the 12-inch water main that we're going to be attaching to it. They want to go with this style of bridge structure. And then as far as this little viewing platform, it's going to be about 10 by 4. And this was a better example that showed kind of like a rounded edge as far as what we would propose. So this type of railing with a viewing platform with a rounded edge to it. And then this was just kind of the example of the bridge that's down at the estuary across Mesa Creek, of the style we've done in the past. So it's a much higher railing, and we just feel like it kind of encloses things more, and we really want to have an opportunity for people to check out the creek and see it better. So those were kind of the examples. And then more cross sections, just some typical cross sections of the bridge showing connection to the trail and the overall slopes. This is our access plan. So just for construction, staging areas shown, and then how they get to different areas. There's a concrete basketball court currently that spans the property line that we're going to take out. It's very old and dilapidated, so that's what that is. And this is our tree protection plan, so just fencing to protect all the existing vegetation outside the project area. We have split rail fencing, so this is all just temporary construction fencing and BMP measures, but we have split rail fencing existing out on site. So at the bridge, we will connect back to that so there's an area where the split rail fencing will actually be removed where the bridge is coming in, and then we'll reconnect with split rail fencing on either side. This is our dewatering plan. So how we're going to dewater the creek channel during construction. And then this is the planting plan. So we have some different zones shown. A lot of planting. So, you know, primarily riparian species up here closer to the bridge. We've got some wetland species all throughout this tributary area, and then primarily kind of oak woodland and understory species in this greenish yellow zone, and then some coastal sage scrub species in the upland. And I just didn't want to bring photos of all of those species because it's a lot, but brought some example photos of a few of them. And I think that's pretty much it. We've got just some planting details. Erosion control. Yep, that's it. Last page is notes.
Okay.
So, any questions?
Is that anything? Is that it? Sorry, is that
Yeah.
everything?
Yes.
Okay. So we will open for public comment. Anybody here like to address the board? Seeing no one, we'll close public comment and move on to questions. David, would you like to start?
Is the pathway going to be suitable for bicycles or no? The trail?
So the open space park is open to bicycles already. Yeah, and the trails will be.
The bridge rail is of adequate height. I think it's got to be 54 inches.
I think it's 52 when I looked it up. But, I think 42 is the minimum for pedestrians, if I remember, 3.5 feet.
Yeah, that makes sense, but bikes are higher.
Bikes is higher. So we're still in discussion about that. So we've had some community meetings. We've had at least 2 different rounds of community meetings, and there's been a lot of opposition to having the bridge be open to bike traffic. So we've included, I don't know if you noticed, these boulders are kind of what we're calling traffic calming devices. They really want the bridge to be for pedestrians only and for bike traffic to be walked. We don't have a great way of enforcing that other than traffic calming devices, possibly signage to the effect that the bridge is for walking bikes only. But so the rail height will depend on, I think, the comments we get from transportation, but we would like to have a lower, the 42 inch, just to better allow people to really take in the creek in that area.
And during maintenance, how are you going to water all these plantings?
So yeah, we'll have a temporary irrigation system. We, as part of the phase 1 work that was just completed in 2018, we have a recycled water meter just about over here and a potable water meter closer to the entrance gate. So we will be connecting, and that'll be just a temporary system. So you know, we usually only have to water through the second summer at most, and then we let things wean off and be on their own.
And do you anticipate any other furnishings or amenities along the trail, like benches or anything in particular? It's just a trail.
Yeah, no, that's another thing that's come up very consistently at our community meetings. The neighborhood and members that come do not want to see benches, do not want to see drinking fountains, do not want to really see any facilities out there. They want it to remain an open space.
Those are my only questions.
Dennis?
Yes, thank you. On the drawings here, there are 2 colored sections of the area that aren't on the legend. One is bright orange and one is deep red. What are those?
So this is going to be an area where we're going to heavily install erosion control materials just in the temporary. This is kind of the current channel configuration, and since we're going to be doing some fill there, they're worried it might erode, so they're showing some heavy-duty erosion control measures there. And then this is an area where we're going to put some rock below grade just in case this little tributary ever overwhelms our boardwalk. Pretty unlikely. It would have to be like a 100-year storm event, but that is kind of going to be a low point that's armored with some rock as a overflow.
And then, is this bridge going to be custom, or is it sort of out of the catalog variety? And what are the anticipated materials?
So they're sort of out of the catalog, but the railings can be somewhat customized. We're proposing metal that rusts over time. It's just kind of the aesthetic.
The trade
Yeah,
name
it would
for
typically be
Okay.
Corten.
Most likely. I can double check. Yeah, just very minimal maintenance over time as compared to something like wood. The decking that they use is tropical hardwood that also requires very little maintenance over time. And so those are the elements that we're proposing, a wood decking and metal rails.
So you would, the thought at this point is to start with a basic out of the catalog and then customize it to some degree.
Yeah, so these are all fairly standard railings that they offer. This was the railing we were proposing, which is just really simple kind of support beams and cabling.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Stabilizer logs. Do they get, are they always going to be obvious?
No, so they're actually going to be below grade, so you shouldn't
Oh.
see them at all. They're just there in case, in case the creek kind of jumps out this way and starts to scour. It'll kind of be a grade control structure that'll keep it from scouring too deeply.
Traffic calming device? What is a traffic calming device in this instance?
So in this instance, what we're proposing is a large boulder on either side of the bridge so that, kind of like a bollard or whatever they're called, but a little more natural looking than a metal post.
And you'd have to walk around it and move your bike, lift your bike over it, or?
You could walk a bike around it. It's just meant so someone can't come speedingly down this slope. This is a down slope here, so I think that's some of the concern from the neighbors is that people would really pick up speed going down this grade here, and that would kind of cause them to slow down and dismount.
So if you're approaching this by car from another part of town, how do you deal with a car?
So currently, parking is just at the end of Allen Road. Let me go. So if you're driving south on Las Positas Road and turn right on Cliff Drive, Las Positas to Cliff, the very first right there, which often
So it's just
Allen Road.
street parking?
Yes, at the end of Allen Road. Yep.
And if you come from Las Positas, from that entry over there, there's no parking there?
There's no parking, so there's currently no entrance either at this end of the park.
But you're proposing one?
Correct, and it will only connect to the Class 1 multi-use bike path. I don't know if that's shown here, but this completely separated Class 1 pathway. Right, and so, as part of the bike path, they are actually proposing to put a crosswalk here at Elings. There's going to be a signal and a crosswalk to connect to Elings Park. So there is the opportunity that someone could park at Elings or at the tennis courts, come to the crosswalk.
Well, that seems like an important aspect, but it's not part of your proposal.
No, that's all part of the bike path, which is already moving forward. We're just we just saw an opportunity to connect to the bike path.
That's all my questions. Thank you.
So I guess, that kind of gets to one of my questions is what precipitated this project? There was a need of some sort identified, or to continue the work that's already commenced along the creek?
So when the city bought this property a few years ago, we had plans as the Creeks Division to do this restoration project all along Arrobo Creek. And during community meetings and outreach that we did for that phase 1 work, a lot of other ideas were given to us on things that should be considered out here, including the restoration of this tributary drainage, the idea of a pedestrian bridge. And then the trail improvements were something we just saw a need for because there was really no designated trails out there prior.
Okay, and then, so as a part of the bike path and creek improvements that are already underway or in place, where there was an area of other trails, where is that in relationship to this? We're part of that project.
So the existing trails is part of the open space restoration project. Is that what you mean? So there's an existing Creekside trail right here, which we won't be touching, and this comes all the way down to the entrance gate at Allen Road. That's basically a straight shot. And then all of these other existing trails shown here. This dashed line is basically the super wide existing trail here.
But didn't it continue on up and eventually there was another entrance at the northern end?
That's what we're proposing now. There isn't existing. So this is actually the property line. This is all private property here and here. And then this is the Stone Creek condominiums over here.
Richard?
Yes, thank you. On a layman's question, if you're restricting water going under the bridge, what prevents it from eroding into an extreme gully again?
Yeah.
After time, it's just.
That's a great question. So currently it's about a 5-foot wide little channel existing, and this is going to be 24 feet wide. So we're giving it a lot more room to spread out. Sorry, that's upside down. Than it currently has. And it is confined upstream, and it's a little bit more kind of natural to the topography. I don't know if you can see these topo lines. It gets pretty steep here, and so that's more of a natural configuration, whereas down in this wide little valley, historically, we believe it really spread out.
So you're confident with the logs and the regrading, the water will continue to disperse in a wider path rather than a narrow gully?
Yes, and it may take a different path one year and change form in another year, and that's okay. We would encourage that.
And then just another layman's question: the blues, the seating only areas. Where is that? It seems, just out of curiosity, it's very definite, distinct areas. So the logic is.
So this entire area, well, really,
the blue
all
area.
of this area is annual weeds at this point. So we're going to do some restoration up where we're trying to restore this tributary kind of wetland habitat. And then there's areas where we're going to plant coastal sage scrub to kind of screen this chain link fencing that the neighbor put in. But elsewhere, we're not at this point restoring the whole upland. It's annual grasses. It provides some habitat, even though it's not native. And so the seeding is just to kind of temporarily stabilize the areas of these are the old trails, essentially.
Oh, they're damaged already, so that's the specifics. Okay.
There's just no vegetation really growing on them, so we want to make sure they're not left to erode and refill in so people don't use them.
Then hence the direct.
The direct lines, yes.
Okay.
Sorry, yes. These were the existing trails. And then this is an access route over to this area where we're removing the basketball court. And then the reason it's shown here is although we want to have a 8-foot wide trail, we have to maintain 25 feet of clearance there for fire. So this connects to the main roadway to Allen Road, and fire has asked for that access in the past.
Thank you.
Sorry, just a follow-up question. I'm assuming that the removed oaks would be part of the new logs or the log revetment, I guess it's not revetment, but drainage control?
Yes, so these 6 eucalyptus trees actually will be part of that, as well as there's a number of downed trees, and there was some tree work that happened earlier this fall, and logs were left, so all the logs are to be salvaged from site.
Any questions, David?
Yeah. I think on the erosion and sediment, or no, the erosion control plan, it has a note about the no access on the roadway or the existing trail.
Mhm.
Is that just for the sake of the erosion plan?
So yeah, down here on this existing creek trail that we're not gonna touch, we don't want vehicle or equipment access. There's a ton of oak trees. That's what all these dots are, and a couple of them are
That's
really
just
close to
construction.
Yeah, construction access. Sorry. Yes.
No worries.
So pedestrian access for sure. Just for construction, we want to keep any. We don't even allow our maintenance vehicles to go through there at this point because it's within the critical root zone of those big oaks.
Okay. And then underneath the proposed bridge, what are you guys going to do for the banks? Are you going to put some rock down or do like the form liner stuff where it looks like stone? Or what are your thoughts on that?
I think I kind of blew past that detail.
I think I might have seen a section for it maybe somewhere.
Yeah, there is a cross section. So there's going to be some kind of large rock along the toe. We call it rock slope protection. I don't know if I have a good picture of that, but
Page 6, is this the same stuff we're talking about or different?
that's a better one.
Oh.
So large kind of angular rock that's then backfilled with soil, but before it gets backfilled, we put unrooted willow stakes in. So we'll be, I think, removing 7 native arroyo willows, and we'll be salvaging probably like 1,000 willow stakes off those trees that we'll reuse in the vegetation. So that lower bank will primarily be vegetated with willows, and then the upper bank will be all the species that were shown in that table on sheet 12.
Mm-hmm. And when you're saying angular rock, is it this kind of shape, the hex shape right there, or is it just
No, it's
depth to it, or is it just flat?
It'll be covered in soil mostly too, if that helps. I guess I should have brought a picture of that. We've done it elsewhere. Let me just look.
Okay.
Rip wrap, essentially.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean it's angular so that it fits together and doesn't move. It's usually rock out of a quarry in Ojai, so it's still, color-wise similar to our native sandstone. It's just more angular than you would find in a creek setting.
Gotcha.
And if you're curious, there's a big section we did just downstream of this as part of the previous restoration project. And it's, a year and a half later, you can't even really see the rock anymore because the willows have grown in so much.
Nice. Okay. And then last question, I know you're saying you're kind of wanting to discourage people from biking, I guess, through over the bridge and through the trails. Are you going to provide any kind of bike racks or anything on before the bridge for people to park their bikes at that point, or is it part of the other project across the way?
So the open space park itself is open to bikes, and people currently bike in there, and we have no issue with it. It's more of a comment we're trying to address from the community that they'd like to not see bikes on the bridge. They kind of have a fear that for some reason people will be coming down the class 1 and then use this as a shortcut to get to the beach, even though I think most likely people would stay on the class 1 bike path. But those are kind of things still to be determined, I guess. Yeah, we hadn't really talked about putting in any bike racks. I think the majority of visitors we will get from the bike path will be pedestrians. We don't see a ton of bike traffic out there as it is.
Okay, cool. Thanks. Those are my questions.
Okay.
It's, how high and how, what material, I guess when you're coming down here, you will see this new concrete. The rest of them are pretty well excluded, not of view, but your material and so forth for the wall itself?
Yeah. So the top of the abutment is basically acting as a retaining wall in that section. and part of it will be visible. It's planned to be the colored concrete, same as the path, and all this area adjacent to it on all these sides will be planted. So eventually, yes, the above ground part will be colored.
Okay, comments? David, you want to start down there?
Well, it's a cool project, I think. Sort of thinking out loud in terms of, but is it a trail that people just move through as opposed to stop and enjoy it along the way? It's not supposed to be am I hearing that it's not supposed to be a passive park, if you will?
Destination.
Destination. The city spends all this money on this. It seems like there ought to be some opportunities to stop and sit and, I don't know, have a sandwich or something, and enjoy, and maybe some interpretive signage. Now you're going to have a lot of really cool native plant material that you're installing here. I don't know, I think it should just be a little bit more user-friendly than just a trail to lead you from one side to the other. But
Yeah, definitely. So we did do some I can't comment back.
We're in the comments
Okay.
now, so just
Sorry.
listen.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
that's all.
Yes, I agree. It's so nice to see projects like this and give them a review where pretty much everything is in place. I would pick up on Member 6's observation about the bridge abutments, that tinting, yeah, that's a way perhaps they could be faced with some local sandstone or boulders up around them to minimize their impact and give a more naturalistic idea rather than just sheer concrete abutments, however they're tinted or disposed. I am assuming that the pathway has to be ADA compliant, and as such is going to negate any boulder placement because you got to have 48 inches. And it'd be nice to have a boulders park there as a sneak bench or a place to perch, but I think signage is really going to be the way to go rather than, unless the boulder is part of an assembly of boulders that fits into the abutment in a very artistic way, I wouldn't plunk a boulder out there in hopes that it's going to stop bikes. I think just some discrete signage to meet the community's concerns would be a better course of action. That's all.
Okay, so in lieu of traffic calming bollards or boulders, signage is what you're suggesting. Okay. Mr. Olson?
Yes. In relation to what Mr. Black has said, I think it's not clear to me how the use is here. What is the intended use? Is it just to kind of walk through? And who is going to come here to do that? And so I'm siding with what Mr. Black is saying. So if the use is communal, shouldn't there be places to sort of be quiet for a moment and enjoy it? That's all, Mike.
Okay, Richard?
I think it's a great plan. The only very minor comment is that your preference for the cable railing is contrary to your preference for the rounded corners on the overhang. You'll have an awkward navigating sections of that, and I would strongly propose that you straighten them out and have 90-degree corners so the cable is handsomely navigated.
Okay. David?
I think it's a really nice project. I appreciate the focus on this part of the town and making these trails improved upon so the community can start using them. And so to touch on the points that some of the other board members have addressed is I think it would benefit a little bit from adding some places to stop for a minute. It doesn't have to be inundated with, every 10 feet or something, but I think a few spots, especially because you guys are, altering the existing pathways and creating these little meandering points and kind of adding some differentiation there, I think that's would lend itself to, you have these little points or vistas now that you're trying to create a couple spots, even for people that are elderly, to even stop for a minute and be able to relax along the way would be a huge benefit and probably get more use out of it. So I think that'd be something to at least look at, and if it's not, fixed metal benches or something, but something more natural to kind of help blend it, maybe that would make the local community a little bit more appreciative of it and not stand out as overly developed. But I think it would be a benefit to look at that a little bit more. But everything else that you guys are proposing, I think, is really well thought out and appreciated, and I'd be excited to use it. Another thought would be if you guys have had success with installing some kind of facing system underneath the bridges for the concrete, so it's not just a blank concrete wall that could eventually just be tagged up because it's not a heavily utilized area or a very public area. I think that could look nice for a little bit, and then eventually people are going to start using that as an art area. And then it creates a different impression, I think, if you do this improvements and all of a sudden your first impression is this wall face underneath a bridge that's tagged up. So if you guys, like someone was saying, finding either ways to face that concrete somehow, if that's too expensive, if there's other solutions the city's done that have been more effective to kind of soften that face, that might be a consideration too underneath the bridge, at least underneath at those concrete retaining walls. But otherwise, everything else is really nice.
Okay, I agree with David. I don't have anything else to add. All right, so we need a motion. I suppose the same thing goes. The city still has to do their completeness determination evaluation.
Mr. Chair, board members, that is correct. We as staff do have to do a completeness check for this project before you can grant approvals, as well as some environmental review that is still outstanding.
Okay. Well, I will take a crack at it. So I will move for a continuance back to the full board with support from board members that this project is ready for the completeness review to occur. With the comments that the board really appreciates this project and thinks that it's going to be a tremendous improvement and asset for the community, and that with just a few minor tweaks, we feel like it could be ready for project design approval. And those tweaks are addition of areas for the community to either gather or sit, linger, and possibly addition of signage at strategic locations to alert cyclists that they should dismount their bicycle to go across this bridge. And to study the addition of a natural sandstone color concrete or concrete pattern at the bridge abutments. And study the bridge railing at the rounded corner conditions. What else do we say? I think that was the high points.
Mr. Chair, I'd second that with a further discussion that I would kind of like to, on your concrete abutments, just to emphasize the anti-tagging goal.
Yeah.
I don't think if there's some kind of cheaper solution, I think the tinting of the concrete is fine. If there's another scoring or whatever to limit the areas, whatever, but the goal is to discourage tagging.
Okay. Okay, so study adding texture. Let's modify the abutment comment. So study.
I currently have study the addition of a natural sandstone colored concrete or concrete pattern at the creek abutment.
Concrete pattern or texture to discourage graffiti.
The creek abutment to discourage graffiti.
Although the willow will grow up very quickly and cover a lot of that. Okay. Anything else? Any other comments?
I mean, you can use integral color and texture it to look like stone, much like they've done up and down Mission Creek, for instance.
Yep.
Isn't the issue of tagging only in one place? And that's where, right here. And it seems like an obvious way to prevent it is to not have flat surfaces.
Which is the
Horizontal surfaces, broken surfaces, not present a place to advertise on.
Okay. So if that's the end of the discussion, we had a first and a second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. And with that, we will close our meeting for March 9th. Thank you very much.